So I'm just going to work on the graph and try to connect to different nodes. So create the function to connect to different nodes. I think I'm gonna start with the classes that the graph uses first. So put everything that is not or that is dependent on a variable that comes from the class. Should be a member variable of the class. Then clean up the graph edge 3D class. Then after I do that, I'm going to probably remove the construction of the variables on the constructor of the graph edge 3D. Then I'm going to make them a separate function on the graph. Because I think that's how they meant the engine to, or that I think it's actually the engine to work. So you should probably not initialize everything on the constructor and initialize outside of the class. So I create a function that does everything that I'm doing on the constructor, but outside. That's probably what I'm gonna do. Once I have all the, I'm probably gonna go back and forth actually between simplifying everything and putting the member variables and then adding them to adding as a property of the class so that I can edit them on the editor, and then implementing the functions on the graph class so that right after I initialize the classes, I set the position and everything that is necessary. So position, color, stuff like that. And once I finish all of this stuff, then it's finally time to work on the barn set solver, which is gonna take some time probably to make it work. I think I'm gonna leave this stuff like this for now. Where I'm like, these things are not part of the class because you need to refresh them anyway. So arrow size I have there, directed I also have, cap start. Arrow percentage is based on the thing. Probably everything is already the correct way there. Maybe this base index here. But it's probably better to leave it like this. Yeah, I don't see a point of putting this as a member variable of the class. I think everything that is supposed to be a member of this class is already there. I remember I wanted to do something here, but I don't remember what exactly. But I think for this one, it's probably fine to leave it like this. I'm just initializing the control points here. The control points, I probably gonna leave like this for now. It's just rotating based on the Z axis. Maybe I should look into how to make them only based on the midpoint instead. Or is equal to the midpoints, just rotating. I could just rotate based on this. Let me see if this works. That's the first thing I'm gonna try. See. If this works, I think it's better because then the control points don't depend on any specific axis. They depend more on the start and end points, which is probably better, I think. It's been a long time since I haven't done anything. Well, I solved the Kerman 2D and I made a video about it explaining, but it's very simple. The most annoying part was to figure out, which I should have thought about it, but I don't know why I didn't. It's just this thing here. So when you want the class to process inputs, you have to specify this thing as true. And it's the same thing with the notification. When you want the class to run the notification process here, run this function with passing the notification process. On the notification process time of the cycle, you need to set this as true. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna comment this to make the video, to talk about the video. So basically here is just getting the direction. Oh, the other thing that I was gonna test, I'm gonna test this right after I test this other thing here. But I'm just getting the direction from the mouse position. So you convert from 2D screen coordinates to camera coordinates using project position. Here you put whatever depth you want. And then I'm calculating the direction, the vector that is the direction between the camera and the mouse. And then I'm normalizing and multiplying the z by the scale. So what I was gonna try is just multiply everything by the scale instead of only the z direction. Just see if it's better. Then I'll translate the camera by that amount. So after the only thing to do on this class is to specify setters and getters for the memory variables that I have there. These variables here. This is the thing though, because maybe I only put the radios and I leave everything. Yeah, but I think this probably would be nice to also allow to set the other ones. So probably the default's just gonna be based off the arrow radios. The default's based on the radios. It's just 2.5 times the radios. But then I'm gonna put setters and getters for all of them and add them as a property so that I can edit them on the editor and see what happens. But I'm gonna see if this one works first, change the control point, then I will see what happens when I change they should multiply the move direction by the scale instead of only the z direction. And after I do that, then I add the properties to this one. Then once I make sure that this one works, I'm going to... Oh, the other thing I was gonna do, maybe I should do that now. I think that's the thing I was in. But I'm going to clean up that graph edge 3D after I do this. But I remember now that because the name of this is Bezier curve, and not cubic Bezier curve, the way that I was thinking about doing is just based on the enum that I create there. So the enum determines what kind of curve it is, because later on I might want to use different equations. And it's basically going to be the same thing, I think, same implementation, just change the name of the function. So what I'm going to do is actually I can just use on the build curve, I'm going to add the enums later, I think. So then based on the enum, I can select which equations to call, and the rest will be the same, I think. But I'm not gonna. It's probably not worth to do this now because I'm not really sure if it matters that much. I think it's more. It's better to just clean up everything else, to clarify everything. And once I get everything working, after the bind set and everything like that, then I think about implementing the other. It's just annoying to. It shouldn't be that hard. It's just getting the equation for the cubic Bezier curve, then getting the derivative and second derivative, and then the rest is the same pretty much. Creating the enum there. I guess I can create the enum right now. So I'm probably gonna put the order of the enum as the order of the curves. I think first one's quadratic Bezier, and I'm gonna ask ChatGPT probably what is the order of what's the name of the, because I think before quadratic Bezier is just a straight line, but not sure if there's if it's linear Bezier curve, whatever. So yeah, the best way to task graph edge 3D. Hmm. This is interesting. What does this mean? Like, he's assuming that the percentage is 1. Maybe it's because it should be because of the length, but hmm. So let me think about this. I guess it's because actually I'm not sure. What if I put normalized? The rotation should be only. So I'm gonna put. It's better to test one thing at a time. So what I'm gonna do here is put an enum. What? Oh, error. Wrote wrong. Normalized. The fuck is going on? Fix this. Yeah. Maybe you should do the same pattern. It's probably better. Quadratic. So it is linear basic. The thing about this one is that the linear might be different. I'm not really sure how it's gonna work. I guess it doesn't matter because there is no curvature, so it's just gonna be the points. It's different because obviously the derivative of the linear is going to be a constant. Something. Where are the axes? Hmm. Maybe it's better to just leave as the thing there and think about this later. It doesn't need to be a rotation as well. Like I'm having, it's kind of difficult to think about which way would be nice to, like how to put the control points in 3D without relying on any of the axes. So just based on the position, so that they don't have always the same orientation, let's say. So it's based on the start and end position, how to put the control points somewhere along the curve in a way that doesn't rely on the any of the axes specifically. Not sure if that's possible. Like, which ways can I make it based on the start end point only? Because if I put them both on the same spots, I think it's not very good. So like one has to be the mirror reflection of the other. But if I don't use any axis to pick the orientation, then I think it's not possible. And the only thing is the middle point. I have to pick an axis for both of them. So I mean, maybe this. I think it doesn't matter that much. Just well, the problem there, I think, is because the start is at the 0 point, so the normalized version of the start is going to be the vector at the 0 position, which means it's not going to rotate. Hey, what's up? Yeah, there we go. Nice. So let me. It's probably better to put setters and getters on the line mesh through the ports so that I make sure that everything is correct. Then after doing that, I go to the graph edge 3D, then simplify everything and remove the, because as I remove the stuff from the constructor to see if the warnings go away, I'm gonna create another function for the graph class, and then we'll put the functionality on the graph class to. So it's just essentially just gonna wrap abstraction and then initialize everything. So call the functions that I need to set the mesh for the graph edge 3D, everything from the thing, because I think that's how they meant to make this. So that's why they are giving the warning here. So you shouldn't specify which kind of mesh it is on the constructor. Also, it might be better to do it like this because then it also opens up possibilities on the graph class, because then maybe I can switch. I can see what happens when instead of using arrows, I can just switch the thing to other meshes and stuff like that. So this seems to be better actually. Yeah, I think that multiplying by the scalar is better. I multiplied by the z direction only because I was basing off the other project that I have there. Oh, the other thing I have to do is add the rotation. This is another thing. So, which one should I do first? So for the rotation on this one, I'm going to think just do mouse the wheel down or the. So I have to see how can I wheel middle probably. How to check when the wheel is pressed. So I could do it based on the shift as well, but just to simplify things better to just do if the wheel press it seems very intuitive. So when the wheel is pressed, you just rotate. So I have to see how to rotate the camera then. But it's probably gonna be similar to this. So I just create a vector based on the movement. I have to get the position though. So let me see if asking GPT is gonna give me something. Because it's kind of like a combination of both panning and zooming. With the events and because the motion of the movement is panning, so basically the same thing. And so I guess I can do a flag variable. Yeah, I do the same logic from the panning, but for the wheel down. I'm just gonna test this first before asking ChatGPT. And I check after the panning. So here I can so I can make another variable inside of the rotate camera. Hey, what's up? And then I just copy the logic. Then inside of here, I just I'm gonna put else if, because I don't see, like, either you are panning with the mouse or you are rotating. So I think it makes more sense to put like this. Then I do the same calculation that I did here, but I just rotate instead. There's probably a rotate one, rotate C. The question, so here, yeah, but it's gonna be the same thing. So this is the thing, you need to provide an axis. It's probably gonna be the Z, so I'm just gonna do rotate Z. Oh, that's the thing. Oh, you put an angle, not a vector. So, yeah, let me think. So obviously it's gonna be a triangle based on the axis. What is the height of the triangle? It's probably just sine. So it's math of sine. Hmm. The mouse position. So the position is the delta. So the camera. So I have the camera, I have the mouse. I'm gonna do, let me think. I think this is how you get the position of the camera. So the camera would be like in the center of the thing, and then you have the mouse. And I want to figure out how to go from the axis of the camera to the mouse. So rotating by the Z is gonna be sine, I think. So you got the problem is that this is, so just make 0. Then here I decrease mouse current camera position. So I'm decreasing the position of the mouse with the position of the camera, the relative position of the mouse. And then I multiply by sine. I get the length, normalized length. Maybe just the length. And do I get normalized or just the length? No, then this is incorrect. Because I want to know the angle. And I only have one side. That doesn't make sense. Maybe the easiest thing to do is just to put out. But if I put, it has to be based on the number. So the sine is the hypotenuse. I think getting the position. Oh, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I'm imagining an axis in front of the camera that is on the Z. And then imagining the distance should be this vector from the mouse position to the thing. But the problem is that this position is also not going to be horizontal. And then I'm trying to calculate the angle of rotation. Maybe the mouse position multiply, but it has to be, if it's normalized, not very good. I think it's just gonna be, so the mouse position, the x of the mouse position multiply by 1. Let me just try with the Mouse position X. This is gonna be a float. I think that should be the normalize, so I get the direction. So normalize and probably times the speed or something to get the speed of the rotation. Based on the previous times that I tested this, I don't think I need to remove the camera class and put it again. Interesting. So it's probably in the normalize and then I do. And the problem is that it doesn't have, relative position doesn't have. So it should be the Y. I have to rotate along the Z though. No, I'm rotating along the Z, so that's the problem. So I can try other axes here. So I think that this should be normalized. Normalize. Hey, what's up? I don't think that's, maybe if I put Y. Because I don't think the angle is the one that I was imagining there. I'm gonna test with this one first, then I'll test with the other one. Yeah. No, it's kind of. I think that when you rotate with the Z, it assumes that you are looking at the Z. It's kind of weird. This should probably be Y here, I think. Maybe if it's Y, I change the. I put mouse position Z. I think I can put any number here, it doesn't need to be. So it's probably just better to put an arbitrary angle. Because the angle is just going to determine the speed in which it rotates. So I can put 1 and then I could just do a variable there called speed and then just put the speed here. Just how many angles. Yeah, but actually it has to depend based on the mouse. So I do think I have to make it based on the mouse position, I think. Because depending which way you move the mouse, it should rotate in different directions. So maybe I'll ask ChatGPT. Is it easier? I can move on from this. I'm not sure if the mic. Now it seems that the level is correct, but sometimes it fucks up the signal. So never know when it's actually. I try to look into how to hear myself my own mic on OBS, but I didn't find anything, and I don't want to spend a bunch of time searching for that. So I'm sure there are probably some software you can do, but can use. No, I don't know how to write scripts in Lua language. Hmm. So probably Y here. Maybe we'll get the length of the vector, the normalized vector. Probably that's better. So I do dot length, and then I multiply by a number called speed, I think. So this should capture the. So I'm getting the direction of the vector first. So the distance from the mouse position to the camera. I think I don't need to convert this into world coordinates because this is delta. So it loses the meaning of the coordinates because you're getting the difference. So I think, I'm not 100% sure, but it seems to work. So I get this one, and then I decrease based on the camera, which is gonna give me the direction from the camera position to the where the mouse is at. Then I'm getting the normalize, which is just gonna be the unit vector for that direction, I think. So just getting the direction. But not really. The problem is with the length is that it might not give me. The length is only gonna give me positive numbers, so I have to understand this more. Let me test and see what happens. Doesn't work, I put some value there. I think it should depend on the sign, because otherwise there is no way to determine which direction you are rotating. Actually, not maybe not. Maybe just from 0 to 360, and then beyond that, it just goes on a loop. I think, like it does the other iteration of the cycle. So maybe getting the units not the best. Yeah, I don't wanna. Let me. One thing that I'm not 100% sure is whether or not the normalized value is going to give me always 0 to 1, is the position is divided by the length. I think it should. So it should fast. So let me do the. Let's try the X and see what happens. But I think the Y is the one that I was looking for. Yeah, so it's probably, I think that the coordinate system that they use is Y is up, X is right, and then negative Z is inside of the visualization. Yeah, that's how it works. It's confusing though, because when I do the control points for the curve there, I'm doing the control points based on the Z angle. So maybe it's rotating on the Z, which means that it looks up and down based on the Y. I think that's what's going on. No. I never played a game like Roblox. Let's see. So I think it has to be negative because it's flipped. But it should work. And it should fast as well. This is a problem. Hmm. So when I decrease the Z, or when I increase the Z, it becomes a lot faster. So let me think about this. I'll be right back. Maybe just get the relative position of the mouse. The weird thing, it doesn't make sense for the mouse position. The relative position should be the screen coordinates position because it seems that it works on the panning. So I'm thinking about whether or not I should just make based on the axis of the mouse and not subtract from the camera. Uh, and it's also going on only on the same direction. Hmm. Yeah, this is not correct. and test if I do a... I think that is not gonna make sense. I just thought about like, if instead of doing the motion from left to right, for example, I do to from like one diagonal to the other, how can I, if I can rotate the camera on that axis? But I think that's just gonna be too complicated. It seems that like this is the way that it works here though. So maybe I do the just the rotate, I think. Yeah, I think I have to do the rotate and then I put, because the vector has to be the vector, the mouse position vector, I think. The question is what is the correct angle? So if I assume that the hypotenuse is gonna be the mouse position, then obviously it's gonna be the sine is equal to the hypotenuse divided by camera. The question is, how do I find the angle? I don't know what it means to. I forgot what it means to. Like if I have sine on this side here, yeah, I'm not really sure though. Uh, it's been a long time since I haven't done anything like this, so because usually you have the angle you want to figure out the vector, not the other way around. So I forgot what it means to like what does it mean to take the or to pass the sign to the other side of the equation. So cross product divided by maintenance. I'm gonna test this, but I'm not really sure if it's gonna work because I don't know if mouse position is the correct vector. Because I think I need to, yeah, but rotating, I'm not really sure if it makes sense to rotate around the vector tree or the mouse position. It is gonna have, because it is, Oh, it takes the arc sine of this. I don't think that matters. Oh, it's the length. Yeah, I think it's the length here. Oh, so this works. Yep. And the problem is it's not really rotating though. Let me try. I think it's also the axis of the rotation that is kind of weird to think about. So if you think about from the direction, like the way that I imagine is the direction of the position of the mouse, the direction from the position of the mouse to the camera is gonna be always based on the center of the camera. So I'm not really sure if it makes sense. I don't know if it makes sense to rotate around the cross product of that vector. Um, yeah, but let's see. Yeah, it's not rotating at all now. So and that's the thing. Like here, it allows you to rotate in any direction. That's the problem. So I think the axis has to be determined by the mouse. But I think is that it's not really the it's not perpendicular to the maybe it is the axis perpendicular to the mouse direction. And the problem is how do you find that without using an axis? Hmm. And problem with this is that obviously it's going to depend on the y direction here. It's like I can't. Because obviously to rotate, you're gonna need the sine or cosine to do the circle, but then the problem is the axis. Like how do you find the axis of rotation? So I think it has to be based on the camera and the mouse position. Maybe uh, I leave for the y now, and then I think about this later, because I think it's gonna be harder than I thought it would be. So maybe I'll rotate by y here. But one thing that I was thinking about is that, like, how can I get another vector that is on the same plane as the mouse position vector? Because if I have two vectors on the same plane, then I can do the cross product, get the one that is perpendicular, and then rotate by that vector. Because I think that's how the rotation works, but I'm not 100% sure as well. And I think that based on whatever axis you put there, it's going to rotate around that axis you put. So here's rotating around y, so it's going to be horizontal, the rotation. But because I don't think that's I can't use the camera position because it's kind of weird to think about. So if I only have one vector, then I'm not really sure how to like without using any other. I mean, maybe just the mouse position should be enough to dictate, but I think it wasn't working in the way that I thought it would. Maybe it's minus mouse position. Hmm. That's that. I'm gonna test the other way with the minus, but it's probably not gonna work as well. I think if it doesn't work, I'm just gonna leave it like this because it's not like the most important thing. And then I'm probably gonna focus on the other stuff. But I think it's like harder than it seems probably to solve this. It's kind of confusing to think about what direction to put. Because I imagine that it rotates based on a vector that is perpendicular to the direction vector. Just the direction of the vector 2 there that I have, probably. Not really sure. But I think that the cross product of that vector, I guess I can test this as well. So I can put this vector here, to see if this is the axis of rotation that they do here. Hmm. So this one doesn't rotate at all. So maybe the cross product, but the problem is like with what axis, that's the issue. Hmm. I guess if I do the cross product with the Y, maybe it works. So the cross product of the mouse with the Y position. But it's not really gonna work because it's always gonna. I guess I can test and see. Let me see. I don't see why the mouse wouldn't work. I'm gonna put the mouse position again, just see what happens there. And the problem is that it's not really what I want, sure. It has to be rotating around the mouse position axis. But I'm not really sure. I don't think that the function. No, it has to be rotating to the axis perpendicular to the mouse position axis. And the problem is that there's always going to be two. With the cross product of the camera with the position should give the correct axis, I think. Oh, I think this is another problem with the way that I did the panning. I think that's why I multiplied on the other thing there. Because I think when you get further away, it becomes slower. So that's the problem. Oh, it wasn't here. C++. Hmm. Oh, I think this is the issue here. So I need to get the camera position again. Because I'm doing, no, but this doesn't make sense. Because it should translate based on the, and the problem is the speed. So I think I need to project maybe. I'm gonna test if I project. Because it needs to be, yeah, I think that's the issue. So if you don't project, it's gonna be slower. The problem is that I'm not 100% sure how this works here, so I don't want to spend a bunch of time figuring this out. But I think based on the documentation, it's gonna be the screen coordinates. But I think it's the delta of the screen coordinates, but I'm not 100% sure. And I'm not really sure if the delta is gonna encode the magnitude. But yeah, I think the easiest way is just to test there. But this one is obviously wrong. I'm not really sure how to. I think I'm gonna leave this for later. I need to spend a bunch of time thinking about. Because the problem is that it has to rotate on any direction, I think. I'm trying to emulate this one. I think here it depends on the movement of the mouse. That's the problem. So the way that I imagine is that the vector that is the axis that is rotating in relationship to is perpendicular to the axis of movements from the mouse. But I'm not really sure. Like if I only have, because I can't rely on the axis from the camera, I think, to get the. If I only have the vector that is the direction of the mouse, how do I get the perpendicular axis if I don't have any other vector? Or maybe this is a problem here as well. Let's let me. I think this one is not gonna solve. 'Cause the problem is the axis, not the. The cross product should give the plane, so yeah, I don't understand why when I put this one it doesn't move, it doesn't rotate. So because I think it shouldn't matter because both of them are gonna be perpendicular. Actually, yeah, so they're gonna be on the same plane. So I think I'm gonna try one last time with the cross thing, but it's not gonna move. So I'm not really sure. Hmm. Yeah, now it's completely. So it should be the delta there, I think. The relative position, not the projected one. But I think they probably should be multiplied based on the z of the camera. So I should get the camera position. No, I'm not fitting the cosine. I'm just going based on what ChatGPT said there to get the angle here. And then I'm just testing whatever vector here. The thing is, like, it's kind of confusing. So I guess I need to understand better this thing here. The problem is that I don't want to spend a bunch of time understanding this now. There's an axis, like how to visualize this on the. So the way that I imagine is that the axis, the vector you pass there is gonna be the axis in which it rotates around. So it should be the mouse position, but it's not. It could be. I think I tested though if I because the x position is inverted. I think the y isn't. So in my mind, but that doesn't make sense. Yeah, because this is the thing is like if I just pass the mouse position, I think it's gonna rotate around the mouse position, which is not the correct thing. It should rotate, I think, along the mouse position. But then in order to do that, you need to get the perpendicular vector, I think, from the mouse position, but you need two vectors to get the perpendicular one. So I guess this is the question: is how do you find the perpendicular vector from the mouse position? Because it's gonna depend on the movement of the mouse. That's the problem. So here I'm going to so maybe I should divide by the z position here to get the same thing. So that way, when it's closer, it's gonna go slower, I think. Or maybe it should be multiplied. But then when it's 0, I think it should be multiplied because to create a perspective projection, you divide. So when it's closer, it moves slower. So I think this one's not gonna move. The thing. But I think if I put normalize, it's not gonna change anything. This is already normalized. Yeah, so let me think about this. So if it doesn't move when it has the cross product of the mouse position on the camera, what does that mean? I think it means that I don't know for sure, but I think it means that they are on the same plane. That the camera and the rotation. Yeah, because you're it's like multiplying by the parallel thing, rotating by the parallel. So it's rotating the same axis that the camera is at, I think. But there isn't a way to get the cross product of this without putting an axis. I guess I can try. Let me try to put the problem is that I don't think that's gonna work if I put any axis, fixed axis. It says it has to be based on the position of the mouse and the camera. But I want to try like this. The fuck? Hmm. Guys, it's not very good. Oh, the thing about this is that when is negative, it's also gonna mess up the thing here. Hmm. Not sure if it makes sense to. I obviously can put the condition to check whether or not, like, if it's greater than zero or whatever, but I'm not really sure if it makes sense to. I think it has to be based on the current position though, the z. Now, ultimately, it doesn't matter that much because obviously you can zoom in and out and then just bend faster or slower. But I think like it's probably better if the more you zoom away, the faster it becomes. Yeah, so so I don't understand why this. Maybe if I just decrease the volume here, but I don't think that's the problem. Hmm. So what should I do? The problem is that I'm changing the position of the camera. Let's see. Let me put. So I'm gonna put another value here, so floats, so it's easier to see. And then I'll think about this. So if camera is greater than zero, yeah, I wanna avoid doing this, but it's probably the easiest way to check first. So if camera is greater than zero, it's gonna be the value of the camera. And maybe it is correct. I just need to. So I'm gonna multiply by 0 point something because maybe the value of the z is too fast. 0.1. Else, if it's different than 0, then same thing. I'm trying to reproduce what I have here. So basically, this visualization, but on Godot. That's what I'm trying to do. So I'm trying to achieve the same rotation that I have here. Because this I did with 3JS, so I'm not really sure. I think I use another library as well for the rotation. So I don't understand how they did their rotation here. And the problem is that it seems that it's rotating based on the movement of the mouse. So it rotates on any axis. It's not like it has a fixed axis that it rotates from. So I think it's based on the direction of the mouse, but I'm struggling to think about like how to get the. And also because I don't understand how the function works. Well, I don't know if the axis if the vector I put here is the axis that is gonna rotate from, let's say. So if I put like an axis from the direction of the vector, if it's gonna rotate the visualization moving in the direction of the vector, or if it's gonna rotate based on the perpendicular vector that you put here. So and I think that the axis, and maybe this one is correct. Over here I'm making negative, so hmm. Well, the painting I think is not that big of a deal. So it's basically like the further I think I can live in the way that it was there, but then it's kind of annoying because the more you zoom out, the slower it gets to move the visualization. So you would probably be better if the more you zoom out, the faster it is to pan. So that's why I'm trying to make it based on the Z position of the camera, the speed here. So those are the, but I'm not really sure if it's worth it to focus on this now or just clarify everything else. Yeah, so seems that this is too annoying to do, so I'm gonna do if else. Oh, maybe it's just because I forgot this. No, I do think if else is just easier to understand, so I might do if else. But I think that this should work. So the way that I imagine it is that the Z direction is facing you. So the further you are from the visualization, the greater the Z. So multiplying should make it faster, I think. If it's greater. Oh no, I forgot to multiply by -1. So else, if it's different than 0, multiply by -1. I'm gonna put minus here. So if it's greater than 0, it's gonna be the Z multiplied by a factor. And if it's not, then it's either 0 or lower. So if it's different than 0, I make it positive. It's basically gonna be the same thing. I should probably put the condition here. Yeah, that's what I should do. Oh, but then, yeah, it doesn't. Also, yeah, I think it's probably better. Yeah, so I put in the middle there. I'm gonna leave it like this, then I'll think about this later. I think it has to be like this. I think it doesn't do anything when I try to rotate based on this because it's just on the same plane as the camera, this vector. is the direction. So if that's true, then it means that this function should rotate based on the direction of the vector you pass here. But then it should mean that it rotates correctly when you pass the mouse position, which I don't think is working. So maybe, yeah, maybe if I make the x equals -1 here. Let me test the penning first. And now it seems better. Yeah, so this is better. Also, I'm gonna increase the wheel factor there. This sure is low. So I think this is much better. I'm gonna reduce the value a little bit because it seems that it gets too fast when you go out, but I think it's close enough. Let's see here. Yeah, it's roughly the same thing. And obviously here I can see. But now the issue is the rotation. So this is the problem. Maybe it is working. It's just too fast. Oh, thanks. It's hard to tell though if it's... Yeah, so maybe if I divide here by 10 or by 100, it's gonna work. It's kind of hard to tell if it is the same rotation that is happening there on the front end. But I think if it doesn't work, I'm just gonna leave it like this and then I'm think about this later. It's gonna be annoying to figure out. So I'm just gonna focus on the other stuff. So cleaning the classes that I have there. As I don't want to spend a bunch of time now as well, trying to figure out this, like the nuances of how the rotate function works. I was using cosine and sine to rotate the point. Hmm. I think the axis is so it rotates around the axis you put there. So it's not the same that I want to do. Because when you're moving the mouse, it's more intuitive that it rotates around the perpendicular axis from the mouse direction. I think it's both that it's too fast and that it doesn't rotate in the correct. It doesn't rotate from the in relationship to the correct axis of rotation. So like when you're but it's kind of hard to tell. Like imagining the mouse movement as this vector here. So it makes more sense that the rotation should be like around like this, I think. So like around the axis. But I think what they do is that the rotate function rotates in the same direction as the vector as the axis you put there. Maybe I'm not 100% sure. So you would be rotating like this because the direction is like here. But I'm not really sure if that's the case. I'm not sure if it's understandable as well. What I'm trying to say. Like it's easier if I have this. Like if I move the mouse up, then it should rotate around this axis here, so the y axis. But I think that it rotates around the x-axis because it follows the movement of the vector you pass there. But I'm not sure. So if rotates around the vector you pass there, then I think the mouse position should work because no, the mouse position shouldn't work. Yeah, if it rotates around the vector you pass, then like this rotation here, then it is not what I want because it should be rotating. It should be rotating along the axis, in the same direction as the axis that makes up the vector of the direction of the mouse movement, I think. So the axis of rotation should be the one that is perpendicular to the vector that makes up the mouse movement, I think. I'm not really sure how the function works there. I think it does work based on the... Yeah, it works based on the perpendicular, probably. But then why doesn't it move when you have... Because the cross product shouldn't be... it's hard to tell, because obviously there's two perpendicular vectors to the mouse position. So I'm not really sure if the cross product of the mouse position, the current camera position, because I'm pretty sure that when I passed this one, it didn't do anything. Yeah, now it's not correct. This is a problem as well. So if I rotate, it fucks up the panning because of the way that I'm doing the panning there, I think. Hmm. So I think the problem is when you rotate the camera, it also changes the... But hmm, that's kind of weird. It probably changes the value. It does obviously changes the value of z, but so this makes even more difficult because now I'm not really sure. Like it seems that it's not, it isn't moving when you pan like this, which is kind of weird. So I think that is rotating the axis of the camera as well. So when you put rotates the but when you rotate the camera, the movement of the panning changes. So hmm. So let me think about this. So if I make based on z, then it fucks up when you rotate. Obviously, the easiest thing to do is just to remove. So, yeah, but and this doesn't solve. So I'm gonna test both of these things, but I'm pretty sure that I did this and it doesn't move when I put this vector here. Let's see, mouse position. So I think that it doesn't move because no, yeah, I don't understand why it doesn't move. So I'm gonna delete the z factor here. Maybe the problem could be because of the way that I'm thinking about this here. I'm using the projected. I forgot about this. So maybe I should change to the relative as well. But the thing is, I think the relative should be like the vector that represents the delta between of the mouse movement between frames. It's not really the position. But maybe it is. But what does it mean to take the... So when you get the when you do the cross product, it's gonna be the perpendicular. It's gonna give you the perpendicular vector to both vectors with the magnitude of the area of um, them. So what does that mean there? The mouse position should be the direction of the mouse, and the camera should be the position of the camera. So I think it doesn't move because it probably moves on the... So it moves on the perpendicular. The rotates on the perpendicular direction of the thing, I think. So when you put this, it doesn't move because it's trying to rotate on the same plane. So this plane is the perpendicular. But then, if that's correct, then it should rotate correctly on the mouse position, I think. I'm gonna put mouse position there again and see. It's confusing to think about. It's also like it's kind of weird that when you rotate, it changes the... I think it makes sense, but it's kind of weird to think about. Like the z direction is different when you rotate. I think it maintains the z direction for the camera, but then the visualization changes obviously because you're changing the angle of the camera, like where the camera is at. So this is the problem, I think. So like when I rotate and the camera gets aligned with the z-axis, then it becomes a problem because the panning becomes 0. That's the reason why it's not moving there. Yeah, because but no, I think it does is correct. Yeah, because like I'm moving the camera when I rotate, so the camera aligns with the z-axis, and then it becomes 0. This is the problem. The frustrating thing is that it feels like it should be easier than it seems that it is, if that makes sense. So yeah, not really sure. 'Cause I do think that it's worth it to implement rotation, but I'm not really sure if it's worth to spend the time now. So splitting to clean up the other classes and figure out the other stuff that is gonna be kind of annoying as well. Yeah, MS Paint. Yeah. I think Skyly Draw is fine to do that. So when I try to rotate now, it doesn't work. So like if I imagine, so you have the position, the vector represents the position of the camera position vector there. And the other represents the position of the mouse. So the cross product of them should be the perpendicular. So I think that it tries to rotate in whatever axis is perpendicular to the one you pass there. So it should probably work for like it should be working if I pass the mouse position here. So I'm gonna try this one again and then try it without multiplying by -1. So it's probably better to focus on this one first, and then if I make this work, then I have to think about this again. So the problem is that when you rotate the camera, it's going to change the visualization because it changes the position of the camera. So it makes the camera z-axis equals to 0 when it aligns there. But I don't want to make the panning equal to 0 in that situation, because it's more about speed rather than is speed and how distance the camera is from the. So maybe I can do it, yeah, but then the problem is that in order to do like the distance of the camera from the visualization, you need to have the position of the objects on the scene, which is not very good. So like what I want to achieve is that the further the camera is, maybe the yeah, I think the distance instead of the position, I should get the distance. So I got the distance. So basically the length of the camera. This is the distance from the origin of the world coordinates. But that's just gonna be the values of the camera position. So how can I figure out how distant it is? I think it's just the length of the camera. So I'm gonna try camera length here. I'll be right back. I should probably multiply by a number here as well. Because I think it's gonna be too fast. But the length should probably work. So the length should be already the distance from the camera to the origin of the visualization, I think. Is the vector, yeah. It's not correct. Hmm. It might be the angle, not the axis. No, but it doesn't make sense. I think it's both the value of the angle that I'm passing there and the axis of rotation. So I'm gonna test with just the position, but yeah, it doesn't seem that. Something points 50. I think it should be rotating around the axis you pass there. It's rotating around the axis because it should be the same logic as the other ones. So it just rotates around the axis. So let me think. The passing the mouse position shouldn't be. Yeah, I think is the problem that I was thinking about. I need the perpendicular vector from the mouse position, but I think I can't. Like the product there is not gonna be. I don't think I don't think it makes sense to rotate the camera around that. Because the problem is that the cross product is gonna be in the same plane as the camera. So when you try to rotate the camera based on the perpendicular one, it doesn't work. I'm not sure though. That's I can think about a way to get the perpendicular. Like if the vector of the direction is going that way, it should rotate based on the one that is perpendicular there. But if I only have that vector, I don't think it's possible to get. And to think about the camera one is kind of weird as well. Because the camera is a vector that's, I think, yeah, I'm not really sure if it considers based on the origin. So the cross product between the position and the camera position, the mouse position should be the vector that rotates the camera. But the problem is that you have to rotate the camera. That's the thing. So I think that the cross product is going to be on the same plane as the camera. So it's not going to do anything. Yeah. It's weird as well. That's like the angle is not correct as well, but uh, it's always doing the same. Maybe it is working actually. Uh, So now the panning issue is low. I can't really tell if it's working or not. Oh, I know what I should do. I'm gonna look for the library that I have there on the front end, and I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to see if I can figure out how the library does it. 'Cause I don't think it's 3GS that I did. It's another library that uses 3GS to do it. I have to remember how I did it. think it's on camera controls. Maybe if I go the customization. Configurator. Oh, I think it's this one. Yeah, I think it comes automatically from the framework. It's been a long time, so I don't remember anymore. Yeah, but I think it is from, like when you put the 3 camera controls here, it automatically adds the rotation. But I don't remember which one of that's. Yeah, action rotates. So I think it's based on this value here. Yeah, I can also look for, but I think the problem is if I look for the way that they do it on the editor, it's gonna take too much time, I think. Because based on the previous time that I was doing this, and I looked into the way that they did it, they're gonna make it based on some variables that are gonna be hard to figure out. So that's the issue. Oh, so I could just rotate on both of them. So let me try this. Maybe this is, if this works, then obviously it's easier. I didn't realize that they can rotate both of them. So how does it get the angle sensitivity? Yeah, but I think that the entire code is too much. I don't know though. I never. Yeah, I don't didn't. Usually don't think about the prompt engineering too much. It's just an arbitrary amount, I think. Like I don't know, the downside of using GPT is that, but I think it's kind of inevitable. Like you become more dependent on it. So usually the way that I think about it is just that, like if I can't get an answer, then I rethink about uh, how I'm going about the problem and like change the questions instead. Because then that way I think it forces me to understand more how how I'm thinking. So yeah, I guess the problem is if you use GPT too much, then it's just like any other thing. Like it's kind of like it's similar to a game. Like it doesn't make sense to cheat on the game because the purpose of the game is to play. So I think it's pretty much the same. Even if everything is automated, like there isn't a point where I'm going to be like not do anything because the purpose is to do things. So I think it makes more sense to have that approach. Yeah, that's true. Uh, and you can view that as another game as well, right? So like it just changes the nature of the game. So instead of trying to get the answer one way, you just use GPT to get the answers another way, and then you become better at a different kind of skill, which is like getting information based on larger amounts of data. But I prefer to think more about like to train myself to think more about the how to understand the system and then just change the questions if I don't get the answer. I usually just break down between more fundamental principles. So yeah, usually when you don't get the answer you want, it's just because you're asking in a way that's not very good. Because you can always break down everything into its parts and then ask questions related to each part. So I think that the angle doesn't matter. Because it already has the direction based on the value here. So the angle should be an arbitrary amount. So if I can do it like this, then obviously it's a lot easier. And I think it's saying to do the relative position here, which would be the delta already. So if this works, then I'm going to think about this a little bit more. I already spent too much time on this, so I'm probably not gonna be able to do the rest of the things. But hopefully it's not gonna be very hard. It's just adding the setters and getters for the member variables of this. Then I need to clear I'm gonna do this. I think I'm gonna do this after, even if it doesn't work. Because this is not really, like they don't depend on each other. I can test them separately, I think. And here, what I wanted to do, so there's two things that I have to do, I think. So the first one is remove the stuff that I did here because I was going to use curve 3D and the I was trying to figure out one of the classes should make the arrow, but then obviously I'm gonna remove everything here because now I'm doing everything from the edge that I created there. So edge mesh, let's see, set mesh. So the only one that I need is this one now, so I'm gonna remove the other ones. Remove all of this, then yeah, let me think about this. It doesn't make sense to put the. I was gonna, because I was translating from 3JS, I was gonna put everything on this class here and then regulate based on this class. But obviously, it makes a lot more sense to leave all these variables on the edge mesh because the edge mesh is the one that controls the geometry. So I remove, and on this one I just make. But I have to make some functionality on this one to because this one needs the size, the radius, I think, of the thing because it's gonna. And maybe I do need on this one. Well, actually, I think it's better to not have it on this one. So on the graph functions, I just call the mesh. But this is the problem because the fact that they give the warning when you put the stuff on the constructor makes things a little bit more confusing, I think. Because if I can't couple this class with the other one, then like I have to check on the graph to see what kind of mesh it is, because the attributes of this class are gonna depend on the other one, I think. So like I'm making this purposefully to work with the edge mesh. That's the whole point of doing this here. So it doesn't make sense to allow this class to have other meshes that are not the curve that I have there. And I think that the member variables of this class should reflect the state of the other one. But maybe it is better to just I just do on the graph class, I just check to see if the mesh for this. Yeah, it's probably better to do it this way. So like, and then eventually I can do like a bunch of conditions depending on what kind of mesh it is. I just change the way that I update. So I'm probably gonna break down the abstractions on the graph class. So I'm gonna remove the stuff that I have here, except the set process equals true because actually I don't think I need the set process anymore. Because the way that I was going to do it, so the way that array mesh works is that you can either run it once and when the node is ready, and then it means that it's only going to build the geometry once, which it means it will work as in the same way that any other primitive works. Or you can do it so that the geometry updates at each frame. So if you have a dynamic geometry like water, for example, you need to update on each frame because obviously the geometry has to change based on the frame. But then it becomes a lot slower. So for the stuff that I'm trying to do, I think it's not necessary to update each frame. It's only necessary to update each time that there is a change in the position of the positions that the edge is connecting. So this is the reason why I put the set process equals true here, because I was gonna update each frame, but now I think it's probably better to just call once on the, or to remove the stuff and then I call the build curve on from the graph. So on the graph, I initialize the graph edge 3D, then I do all this stuff here on the graph function, initialize everything, and then I check to see what kind of type the edge mesh is. So I do the same thing that they do on the events, where they cast the type based on the reference. I'm gonna try to do this, I think. So here, the only difference is gonna be mesh, and I'm gonna put whatever type I want on the mesh should be here. Then I'm gonna check to see if it's valid. Then if it's valid, I'm gonna call another function to update the mesh. Or I think initially I'm gonna do on the same place because I'm not really sure if I'm gonna use for other kinds of meshes. It's probably gonna be only curve. So inside of the curve, I'm gonna um, call all the functionality that I'm calling the constructor here. The only one that I'm gonna leave like this is the set control points. So I think both of these I can leave here. So I'm just gonna add other functionality. So I'm gonna basically update the value of the radios, which is gonna be based on data, I think. And then the curve segments are, I can check to see. Yeah, it doesn't seem that it is the correct. So I'm just gonna decrease a lot. But now at least it seems that the panning is working here. But the zoom is really fucked. The rotation is really messed up. So I'm gonna decrease the value here. I'm just gonna do the other stuff to clear my mind. So what I need to do on this one is to add. So I don't think I'm gonna change the values that I have there, the member variables. So I'm just gonna add setters and getters for the members, and then I'm gonna add properties. So I already have the radios. I'm gonna do it in the same way that I'm doing the radios here. And every time that property is changed, then I need to call the build curve again so that it updates the curve. So I have the radios. I'm gonna do it on the same thing there. I'm probably gonna remove this. I think I'm just gonna leave it here, but I'm probably not gonna use it. But it might be useful at some situations, maybe later on in the future. So this is supposed to be the struct that holds the state or the information for each point that of the Bezier curve. So I was gonna do a vector and keep the points, but I'm not really sure if it's necessary. So I'm gonna leave it like that now. I'm just gonna add this other stuff here. It's basically gonna be the same pattern, I think, for all of them. And it's annoying to do. Fuck. Maybe just delay there. Sometimes this happens. It's very confusing to do this. So maybe I'll stop here. I'm just gonna do this off stream. It's gonna be confusing. It's kind of annoying, it's just repetitive, so. And I need to do this one first, I think, so that I make sure that, so like it's easier to do this stuff, because if I try to do this later, then it's gonna be more confusing, I think. There's more things that can go wrong on the other classes. I have to do this for all of them. So I'm gonna do this one, then I'm going to remove the stuff from the thing there, from the Graph Edge 3D. And once I do that, then I'm probably gonna stop. Maybe I'll finish this because yeah, the rotation there is just took a lot longer than I thought it would be. It would take. Let me see. I'm still not sure if it's correct, the rotation. I'm gonna continue. So I'm gonna continue doing this, translating there, because whatever. So let me remove this stuff first. So I'm gonna remove these things and then I'm gonna test to see if it works there. So there should things that make sense, but maybe it doesn't make sense now that I think about it. Yeah, the only purpose of this class should be to, now that I think about it, actually I don't need to have a GraphEdge 3D class. Actually, the point of this is to hold the state for the points, I think. So anything that is not related to the points, but maybe I don't need. Let me think about this. I think it does make more sense to make it a class because the node is going to be a class. For the node, I think I need to have a class. But like the more I think about it, like I don't need. Maybe the label makes sense. Yeah. So the label makes sense actually. It makes sense to leave the label here and the positions of the source and target node. Also the ID. But anything related to the other mesh, I think I should remove. So I do need the color and this. I do need the material as well, I think. And I don't think I need this, sure. This is a problem. Yeah, so I'm gonna delete the. If I want the. Maybe I should remove the edge material from here as well. I think I should probably remove and then just leave this stuff on the mesh itself. It makes more sense. On the curve. So one thing that I forgot is that what if we want the arrow to have a different material? But I think it's probably not never gonna be like something that is that useful. Like I don't see why you would want the arrow, only the arrow to have a different color than the entire edge. The label is the thing that makes a lot of sense, and the label is gonna be hard. But I can do the label outside of the. But maybe it makes. I think it makes more sense to make the label as part of the edge mesh as well, like the Bezier curve class. Because it's gonna be based on the position of the Bezier curve, and the Bezier curve is gonna be based on this class here. So I think it makes sense to remove this from here, and I probably only leave these variables here. The directed, because this stuff I'm gonna change from outside of the class, like I said. I'm gonna remove this stuff from the constructor, and I'm gonna put this functionality on the graph. And after I initialize the class, I'm gonna pass. So I'm gonna comment this one out. So I'm gonna set the mesh and everything outside of the class. And the only purpose of this class here is to keep track of the source and target nodes and the positions. So the radius and dash, I don't remember why. I think this circle I did because of I was trying to do it with the polygon, so I can remove as well. So the label, the label makes sense to keep on this, and then like just. So the tricky thing is like how to couple both things. I think this is the reason why I was thinking about the other ones. Because initially I thought about like setting the values on this class here and then propagating to the Bezier curve class instead of doing outside, because I think that makes more sense because they should be coupled. So let me think. So maybe I should do the functionality on this class here. But the thing is I need, so I'm probably gonna put on both. I put the functionality on both, and then I just, from outside I probably use the functionality from this one. So I don't keep the member variables on this one. I just accept as an argument the new value, and then I call the function from the mesh. So I'm gonna do this first, then later, if I want to, if it gets to the point where I want to change the mesh of this class to see if I can do that. Then I add complexity to the functions to put the control flow and to check the type of the mesh. But I think I'm just gonna do it like this for now. So I just add the same setters and getters for the Bezier on this class, and it's just gonna be a wrapper around the Bezier curve thing. So probably I should remove this constructor as well. I think I'm gonna remove this. Because initially I was thinking about initializing everything on the constructor, but now, based on the warning there, I think it's gonna be better to set it outside, so it doesn't make sense to have two different constructors. And I was doing basically the same thing that I'm doing here. So I'm gonna remove this constructor. Oh, also these functions here, because these ones, I forgot that the mesh instance 3D already has the setters and getters for the mesh. So it doesn't make sense for me to make the mesh as a property of this class, because this class inherits from mesh instance 3D, so it already has the things. So I'm gonna delete. Now these ones also don't, maybe it does make sense to leave. So I'm gonna leave these functions here. And I'm just gonna change the name, so it's gonna be the same name. And I just, like I said, propagate down. So I put the same name, and then the definition of the function is just gonna be calling the mesh to set the values. But first, so on the graph, I'm gonna create another function here, so just so I can store the functionality that I have there. The question is where to put this stuff. I'm gonna put below here, if I can. So that is easier to separate like the functionality. So like setters and getters shouldn't change that often, so I think it makes more sense to put at the end of the file. And then the rest are probably gonna change a lot, so. Okay. I think that's all that I need in the beginning to initialize. Or maybe I'll put curve segments. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put some on the graph so it's easier. But I'm just gonna make the default values like I have there. So this is basically the resolution of the arrow. But the main values that are probably going to change are the first ones here. So obviously the from and true positions are going to change. I need the node, So maybe instead of position, I put the nodes, and then I got the position from the nodes. I think it's probably better actually. So let me graph. So graph node 3D. Probably an address. Yeah. And then I get the values from the nodes. So I get the position from the nodes. But for now, I'm just gonna copy the functionality that I have there on the other one. So let me think about this. It's basically gonna be the same thing. So I have to. Oh, it's your edge. Maybe it's better to. So whatever. I was gonna say like do another variable and then put the like make the variable equal to this and then instantiate the variable. I think it's easier to just do like this. Edge color, I can do that. So this is the other thing. So I'm gonna put the edge material. I'm gonna put this on the curve. So delete from here. Here it's gonna be. Well, let me think about this. I think I don't need to. No, it's the other way around. Yeah. Hmm. So maybe I should. Yeah, but then if I initialize, I think I'm gonna have like it's gonna give me a warning as well. So what is the best way to initialize this? So I should do another function here on this class. And then I call instantiates. I forgot which. So I have to see what is the function to initialize. This is the problem. I'm not really sure if it is on the. So I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. But if the function, but it should be on the array mesh. I think that you can set a material for the mesh by calling set surface something, set surface material or something like that. So if it's possible to set the mesh from the array mesh, then I think it's better to set it here. But if it isn't, then I'm gonna have to change the material so that it is part of the graph edge instead of the Bezier curve. But then there I just initialize the material. So edge mesh, initialize. Then I this. But then it should be, yeah, I should, so this should be here. I shouldn't have this. And it's gonna be, because now the material is on the dash, so initial. Yeah, but on the, so maybe this should accept a color, I think. I think it's probably easier. Let's pass edge color here. And then I just sat there. Yes, color. Pretty sure if this works. So it's setting the material, setting the parameter. I'm gonna put this and then comment it out. Maybe it is like this, so no, it doesn't have this. I guess I can look into the. So this exists, but it requires an also is index 0. So I think that probably that one is gonna work. I just have to see. I'll just set the color on this one. So it accepts a name. It's probably on the base material. I think I did this. Yeah, I did this on this other one, I think. I set albedo. So it's probably outdated. I instantiate the material, I set the color, albedo color, and then I set the surface material. So this probably should work. Yeah, so now I don't need to set here. So if it doesn't work, I'm just gonna try different things, and I'm probably gonna change the initialize material function. So I'm just gonna be calling the function here anyway. Yeah, so I think that's probably pretty much all that I need. Oh, I need to set the positions. So, but for the positions, I'm gonna think about this later. So I'm just gonna build the default curve there first, which has the doesn't have the positions though. It has the default values based on whatever I put here. So if you don't set any position, then it's just gonna do this curve here. I'm just gonna leave it like this now to see if it compiles and if it throws any errors there. But then I'm gonna write a comment there to. So the position I'm gonna have to propagate from the edge. So I'm probably gonna So I'm gonna encapsulate the abstraction on the graph edge 3D. So I'll call the function from the edge, which is gonna pass the value. Is gonna set the values on the edge to keep track of the positions based on the nodes. And then it's gonna call a function from the curve to set the positions. As a start point and point. But first, let me see if and I'll delete everything here. So I think that's probably all that I need. I'm gonna have, I need a material for the label. So it's a label 3D. Yeah, so I'm gonna change this so like it works in the same way there. And the type I'm gonna keep here, but I'm not gonna use now, which is the stuff that I was talking about, whether because it's gonna require me to do different types of Bezier curves on the mesh. But it would be essentially just propagating the enum. So this will probably be an int because it's based on the enum there. So the easiest way I think to do the label is just to do it outside of the curve, because if we do it inside, it's gonna be massively, maybe not massively complicated, but it would be more annoying. I can think about a way where you just get the middle position of the curve, and then you remove the two different sections from the middle position, and you put the label inside of the middle. So you do two different curves, one from the beginning to the middle until you reach the label, and then from the label to the end. But it's too complicated, I think. It's just a lot easier to put the label somewhere along the, or like close to the edge. So just make the position of the label dependent on the position of the so actually, yeah, now that I think about it, it makes more sense to put on the Bezier curve. So I'm gonna do that here. That's exercise for me. What's your, because then everything related to the geometry, like it's not necessarily geometry, but it's just like basically. Like the stuff related to the curve itself should be inside of here. And then on the edge is just a wrapper that has abstractions that just changes the behavior. But its main point is to hold these states for. So now I think that's probably correct. So I have the type. These will be the IDs, which will be integers, which is gonna be unique for each one. Then I have the position. I think probably making it based on the ID is fine. It's easier. This one I can remove because I was gonna have the points here. So just the source, the positions and the IDs of the nodes that I think I need. And then the mesh, the color. Is there anything else? If there's other stuff, then I'll think about it. But I think that's pretty much it. You know, everything else is on the Bezier curve 2D. I'll have to remove these functions. Uh, pretty much remove all of them. I'm gonna leave one for a reference if I want to put other stuff. And obviously I'm gonna add the setters and getters. Oh, actually, yeah, I'm gonna put the functions to change the values here. So maybe I think it's probably better to make it like the graph. It's probably better to pass the entire node for this one. So like a pointer to the node, because I was just thinking about it. Let's say like I change the position of the one of the nodes. It would be better if it automatically changes. But this is the thing, is like I'm not really sure. Because obviously you can achieve both things in two different ways. Like one way is just create an abstraction outside that does the two things at the same time. So whenever you change the position, it also also makes sure that it updates the edge. And the other way is to make this member variable dependent on the, so like make a pointer to the graph, to the nodes 3D, a graph node 3D, and then yeah, but then like how would I change how to make sure that every time that actually if it is a pointer, then the position is based on the pointer already. Yeah, but then you would have to call the function from the mesh every time that the node changes. But I think it has to be outside anyway. So we're just gonna leave it like this, and then I make a function in the graph that every time that in order to set the position of the node, I just automatically change both of them. But then does it make sense to put? Yeah, this is the thing. Maybe it doesn't make sense to put the positions here. Yeah, I think actually it doesn't make sense. Hmm. But obviously, once I start creating the graph, then it's gonna be easier to think about whether or not it's necessary. But the more that I think about it, is probably not necessary to add the positions here, because I already have them on the Bezier curve. So I can do everything outside of the class pretty much. The IDs is necessary because it just makes it easier to connect them. Maybe it's not necessary as well. And the question is, can I do everything from the node? What would be the points? The main point is the caller, but I can do everything from the node, I think. So maybe it doesn't make sense to break them down into two different classes. Maybe I should only have one. Maybe I should do everything from the graph. Because like the main reason why I did this class here was because of the mesh, I think. Because I wasn't sure how I was gonna do the mesh. But now the more I think about it, the less necessary I think that this is. Because I can just make a... Actually, it has to be separate because I have to set the value of the mesh instance 3D. Yeah, obviously I can create a member variable inside of the other class, make everything based on the same one, but yeah, it probably is just easier to think about it like this. So I think it's probably better, even though it seems kind of useless to have this one, because everything that this one is gonna do, I'm going to do it like on the Bezier curve class. But I think it's probably better to separate, because like in order to set the mesh, you need to have mesh instance 3D. So I can move the functionality like to the other one and just make a member variable that is mesh instance 3D. Then create another member variable that is this thing here, and then initialize everything from the same class. So this is the main thing that I'm thinking about now, like whether or not this is worth it to do this. And obviously I would change the name of this class here. Should be something else, and then I would manage everything from the same class. which might be a lot easier because then obviously I don't have to pass the stuff around. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense, I think, because like the purpose of the class is to have the state for each particular node. So yeah, I need another, but maybe I could make everything from the graph class, but I'm not sure if it makes sense to do that. I think it doesn't probably. So I'm gonna leave it like this. And then probably eventually, like once you start building graphs, then there's probably other stuff that is gonna come up that it makes sense to put here, I assume. Like probably different algorithms as well that it makes a lot more sense to think about like the edge and the nodes. So, but mainly the purpose of this for now, this class is just gonna have a bunch of functions that is just gonna update the values of these member variables and then call functions from the Bezier curve to update the geometry. And that's the main thing. And if I wanna find nodes and stuff like that, then I can do it from outside of the class. So if I'm not missing anything, yeah. So I'm gonna do the edge first, but I'm gonna have to do the same thing for the node here. I'm just gonna put this functionality, create another function here to add the node. I have to put this on this thing here. I need to put the return type. So I'm gonna put a default value here as well for the radios. It's just gonna be the same as down there. But if it is the same, I don't need the default. I have to pass anyway in case I want to change, so it's probably better. Sure. I think I do need to put here. It's so this should be everything for now. After I figure everything out, then there's still I need to create a function that is gonna set the names for each thing, so that I can separate the classes that I create from the code and from the editor. So I have to change this stuff here as well. Oh, I need to add as a child. Just remember and push to the vector. So after I do everything, just adds as a child of the graph, and then push to the vector that I have there. So on this one, I'm gonna remove, and I'm just gonna call the function. I'm gonna keep the thing. So this was the old code that I was using here. So let me build. Let's see if there's any errors. Oh, it's okay, man. Thanks for hanging around and helping me with some stuff. So maybe I should put this on the declaration. Oh, but it's already here. So, should three. Oh, no worries, man. Thank you. I don't understand why this is what the fuck's going on. See declaration of rats edge mesh. Cannot access private variable. So I have an option. Either I create a function on the edge mesh to do everything. On the edge to do everything. That's probably better, actually. Yeah, I think I should probably put a function inside of the edge. So I'm gonna do that now. So here, and probably not gonna receive any arguments. Just pass this stuff here. Yeah, edge mesh. Instantiates, I set the mesh. Then I initialize. Oh, I have to pass the color. You should probably. I'm gonna leave it like this. I was gonna say I should probably put it as an address, but I'm gonna leave it like this for now. I'll have to put it here, so it's public, I think. Actually, this. Oh no, public is down there. Initialize curve mesh. So then I just remove everything here. Yes. Curve mesh. And pass the color. Edge color. Hey, what's up? Yeah, now we should, but I think that it's still gonna have this problem here. It's probably because I'm passing as a from the index from the vector. So maybe if I put a pointer instead of an address there, it's gonna work. So it might be. Fuck. Uh, so let me just build again and see. But it's probably gonna have an error. So I have to. I think that the problem is that. So maybe I should try to change this to a pointer instead of an address, because it's probably the type there. Since I'm passing the nodes from the vector, it's fucking up on the type, I think. I'm trying to create. I'm So this is C++, and I'm changing the Godot source code. So I'm adding a class to Godot. I made a video about it if you wanna learn just today on how to. So basically on Godot it's a game engine. Yeah, I think a game engine is the best way to put it, but like it's just an engine that allows you to render stuff on 3D. And they have several different stuff. So they have multiplayer functionality, they have some audio stuff, and a bunch of other stuff. And they also they built an editor that allows you to change the stuff from the editor. And on Godot, the way that it works is that everything is a node on the visualization. So it's a node class. It can be web-based. You can export for the web, but you build it from C++, but you can export for any platform and for the web. And I think the final export that you get on the web is probably a WebAssembly version. I don't know how it works yet, but it's basically on C++. So you build everything on C++. Everything is a node, and if you build your own module, it allows you to create your own classes to add functionality from C++ on the game, on the visualization. So that's basically what I'm doing here. I'm creating my custom node on C++, which is going to be a graph on 3 dimensions. That's what I'm trying to achieve. Oh, so this is the same name. I'm gonna put as an address, like whatever. It's probably better, sure. So here I should probably make edge color equal to curve color. So maybe I'm gonna pass just because this is gonna be easier, because then it's more likely that it's just gonna copy the thing. So it copies the value to this and then uses the edge color to update. I think for Discord, I've seen people use Python. So they probably use Python to build bots and stuff like that. Usually Python is the language that people use to this kinds of things, I think. So anything related to automation, web scraping, and scripts and stuff like that is Python. But I think Discord itself is probably built with maybe it's built with Electron, I think actually. Electron is a framework that I'm not really sure if I think Electron uses Node.js, but I don't remember it all. But most frameworks that are built for desktop, most applications, I think either is going to be Electron or it's going to be Qt, which is a C++ framework. Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Discord. I never did anything for Discord. Oh, so here's, I forgot, it's like this. So it's gonna be the function error. Yeah. So maybe now it works. RFID does not take 3 arguments. This is weird because it should have the default values there. Let me put again here. Here is gonna be 10. Maybe I think circle segments and curve segments is probably it is an integer actually. So let me change this. But maybe I did float. I think I did floats because of the way that it builds the curve there. I'm just gonna leave it like floats or whatever. 64 curve segment 64. 25. Yo, thank you, man. So I'm gonna try one more time. So if the error continues, then I'm just gonna pass the values, but it's kind of weird because it should work with these default values. This is another thing. So, oh, I forgot to change here. That's why I was complaining there. Oh, maybe I forgot to put here. So, like, if this works, then I think it's better to finish the getters and setters here. Then after finishing here, I'll go back to. It's kind of confusing because there's so many things that I need to add there. It's easy to make a mistake on one of them. I think so in order to add this stuff here, I already have to finish the functionality on the graph edge 3D. So that's what I'm gonna do. So after building the curve, I add setters and getters for this. Let me think about this. So probably I shouldn't expose the. Maybe I could do this actually, but then it's kind of. I think probably I can put this to edit on the. So subscribe this source position and target position should change on the from the editor. But then maybe I, I think it doesn't matter. I'm gonna subscribe this eventually. So I'm gonna do everything else. Then like once I add the enough functionality to initialize the edge here, then if I add the setters and getters for the member variables here. So probably It's only on the declaration you put there. It's already getting late, so I think that's the last thing I'm gonna do here. Nice, so it worked. Next thing to do is finish the getters and setters for the Bezier curve. Then after that, finish the functions to set everything up here. So before that, I'm gonna add the properties here. So as I add the setters and getters, I'm just gonna add the properties as well. And after I do this, I finish here. I finish creating the functions for the graph edge 3D, so I can initialize everything completely here. Then I add the setters and getters for the graph edge 3D. Then add the setters and getters for the graph node 3D. Remove all this stuff here. Do the same thing for the node 3D. And once I have everything able to initialize here and I have everything right on the editor, the properties and stuff like that, then I finally can initialize the graph here. Obviously, I'm gonna just do random numbers, just see if it works. So I initialize like this random amount of nodes with this random positions, then connect each one like probably one like just like a linked list, and then see if everything works on the visualization. Then after I make all of this happen, then I can focus on the Bezier curve, or not the Bezier curve, the Barnstead solver. So yeah, I'm not really. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna check to see. I'm gonna spend some time thinking about this as well. But I think probably like since it's very confusing, it's probably better to just focus on the other stuff first. Like finish the stuff from the graph parts and then come back to this once I have everything else. So because there's another thing that I have to do here. Oh yeah, the components. So on the steps here, I remember I stopped before doing everything from the curve. I stopped when I was creating the custom component for the physics simulation. So I still have to add a selection and a checkbox for the component so that I have the whole thing that I had on the front end there. So basically the parts, this stuff here on the options, and I'm not gonna add, I'm just gonna put like, I'm gonna see if it works and then I'm gonna comment it out because I'm not really sure if I'm gonna do the same thing that I was doing here. I also need to figure out the nodes, but I think it's not gonna be that difficult because on Godot you have a way, if you set a value there on the event, then the event doesn't propagate for other parts. So I think for the node drag, all I have to do is on the event that is gonna make the nodes move, I just stop the propagation of the event so that the camera is not gonna move. So I think hopefully it's not gonna be that hard. And I think there are tutorials probably that show how to do this on GDScript. It's probably using raycasting to select the nodes and then move based on the mouse position, which is probably gonna be similar to panning. Because you just move according to the position of the mouse, I think, the object. So you change the object's position based on the position of the mouse, which is the relative thing there. With the same Z direction. I have to see, but I'm gonna figure this out later. But it's better to just focus on all this other stuff first. And then, because the more stuff you add, the easier it becomes to think about all the other stuff, because it frees mental space. And it's been a long time since I have wanted to finish this stuff. So the The other thing I'm gonna have to add there when I set it the positions, or on this function that I'm adding the edges, is gonna be to decrease the. Probably I'm gonna have to do it. Let me think about this. It's probably in this function. So yeah, since I'm receiving the radius here. Oh, but this is the radius of the sphere of the edge. Hmm. But I can get. I'm passing the nodes, so I can get from the nodes. So what I'm gonna do is that the position that I'm gonna initialize the edge with is gonna be the position from the node minus the radius, so that the edges are outside of the sphere, not inside. Yeah. So I create another vector. I'm gonna create another vector here and just decrease the radius. Make the vector equal to the position of the node, then decrease the radius from the node. Then after that, I set the positions on the edge, which is gonna call a function from the Bezier curve to set the positions of the Bezier curve, and that's gonna create the edge there. Also, I forgot to put directed here. So I'm gonna create another variable here that's called directed. Just see. It's just gonna propagate like the other ones. So it's gonna set the value, but I think it's gonna set directly on the edge mesh. I'm not gonna put the value on the graph edge because maybe it does make sense to put there. It doesn't cost anything, so I think I'm gonna put on the edge as well. So set on the edge and call the function from the Bezier curve, because it does make sense for the edge to have this state as well. Like probably for algorithms and stuff like you're gonna do with the graph, it makes sense to have the information on the graph on the edge. The thing that is weird is that it makes more sense for them to be coupled, but because of the nature of the engine and the way that they did things, I think I have to decouple them. So that's like the debate that I'm having on my mind now. How to organize things there. But I think it's not that big of a deal, these kinds of things. So I'm gonna delete the graph edge 3D, add again, then I'm gonna add them. Add the mesh requires the mesh insert 3D trial. I guess if I add the graph edge 3D, is already gonna allow me to see if there are any messages. Yeah, I think that the warnings disappeared, so it was probably because I was initializing everything on the constructor. But I think I have to delete and add again because this is probably the old one. But I do think that the warnings went away because of the move there. So penning is a little weird, but I think it's just the speed. I think it's a lot better than it was before. Yeah. So penning is probably solved. I think just need to increase the speed of the wheel. But I pretty happy with this. So the rotation is the one that is not correct. So it's still rotating in a weird way. That's the thing. So it's not rotating. It should be rotating based on the mouse, I think. Well, in the same direction of the mouse movement. But I think in the way that it's doing there is rotating on another. Yeah, I'm not really sure why though. Because now I'm doing it with the different rotation. So maybe it is rotating on the correct way. I just need to change the sign because of the. So maybe if I put minus here. So I'm gonna change. Let me remove and add again, because I think it's not gonna show anything if I add again, because now I'm not building anything on the constructor. Yeah, so it doesn't show anything anymore. But I think the good thing is that it's not showing anything. There's a error here, so maybe. Invalid setter. Property. So set arrow radius. I don't understand why though. Because it is a float. So what's up with that? I think pretty sure the name is correct. So it's only complaining about the setter. So it's complaining about set radios? No. Hmm. Oh, no. The It's like, how would it be compiling if it doesn't? I don't understand why it's complaining there. Oh, I need to subscribe the functions. So that's probably why he's complaining. Forgot about this. So I just essentially need to put here same thing. Yeah, that's pretty sure. So that's the last thing I'm gonna do today. So I'm already tired. Just copy it here. Yeah, it's probably the dots there that it showed. It's just sometimes it does that. It's just delay from the ID, but I think it is working. Actually, it's here. Just the name doesn't have to be exactly the same, but I think it's probably better too. But it seems that it is working. Everything is working. Let me. That's if it puts. It doesn't do anything. Hmm. So this is probably it's probably because I don't have anything on the. But it should have the positions as defaults when it initializes. So I'm not really sure. So maybe I have to call build curve on the constructor of the Bezier curve 3D. Yeah, I'm gonna put build curve on the constructor, the Bezier. Because then when it adds there, it should probably call the function which is gonna build. Actually, it's probably bad. I'm not really sure. So because the array mesh doesn't inherit from the thing. So this is kind of the problem. Like I think usually it's better to put inside of the notification. So the notification is kind of like events on the script. So this function here. So it probably makes more sense to call the build curve from this class here because this class inherits from Mesh Instance 3D, which is going to have the notification function. But then the problem is that I'm not really sure if I'm going to have when the node enters the tree, if the thing is declared, because it's probably not going to be. So the question is how do they do it? How does it for the other meshes? So, because I'm pretty sure the other meshes don't have a constructor either. So it's probably something with the pipeline that I don't understand. So the primitive meshes, because I can't use the notification, I think, or maybe I can actually, because inherits resource. I know it's gonna inherit from an object. So I think I can put. I'm gonna put on the notification. If I have access if I have access to the notification function from the Bezier curve, then I'm just gonna declare the notification function, the Bezier curve, and on the node enter tree, I'm just gonna call the build curve function instead of calling from the constructor. But that's probably the more recommended way to do it. But I'm pretty sure here it doesn't have anything on the, yeah, it doesn't do anything on the constructor. So let me see the notification if it has here. It doesn't have any notification. The only thing it has is this create mesh. This function is the one that builds the geometry. So maybe this is called at some point there because all of the primitive meshes do this. Or maybe on the primitive mesh it has the, but I don't think it does. Yeah, it doesn't have no, it doesn't specify notification. I'm gonna leave it like this for now, and then later I'm gonna change to call, if I can, on the notification function instead of the constructor to build the curve. But I'm gonna, so I'm gonna compile again. Pretty sure. I'm gonna increase the speed here. And I'm gonna increase the speed of the puts 5. So that the zoom is faster. So it might be not rotating correctly because the X position is inverted, but I'm not really sure. So I think that this putting build curve there on the Bezier curve 3D on the constructor should make it the function run whenever you call the instantiate here, because the instantiate calls the constructor. The instantiate is a function from the ref class, which calls the constructor from the type you initiated the ref with, which in this case is the Bezier curve 3D. So at this point here, you should call the constructor, which should build the curve. And then this is gonna initialize with the color that I have there. But this is only gonna run when I test the graph, which I'm not doing now. So maybe I should try to initialize the graph to see what happens there. But I don't, because there is other stuff missing here. It's probably not gonna work. But I think I could try as well. So I'm probably gonna try to do that now. Because I don't need to have the positions, so like it's not gonna work correctly, but it should probably create at least one edge with the color from the material by calling this function here. I think. Oh, nice. Now it's interesting that it doesn't have anything because I changed the class there, so the constructor doesn't show anything. So I'm gonna remove this and add again to see what happens. Yeah, so it doesn't show anything on the warnings. And now it's not showing anything either. So I think that it is correct. So it should probably, yeah, it's just normal. So nice. So the only thing is that maybe it's not adding the color. Yeah, but I think that it's not adding the color. So I'm gonna test the graph there. So on the graph, you should set the material, you should set the color. So before doing that, I'm gonna see the camera. Then I'm gonna remove this one, and I'm gonna add the one from, I'm gonna try to add the graph 3D. So I'm gonna test the zoom in and out before, then rotation, then after I do that, remove the other, test the graph 3D. If everything works, I'm gonna stop. Actually, I'm gonna stop streaming regardless. after I do this. And then I'm gonna continue to finish everything off string. Yeah, so now it's a lot faster, so zooming is better. The panning, I think is fine, actually. So I'm gonna see, like, I'm gonna think about this, but I probably, the only thing I'm gonna change is the speed. I'm not gonna change much. But yeah, this rotation is probably, is not, it doesn't feel correct. It doesn't feel nice. So it's probably not the correct way to do it. So I'm gonna have to spend a bunch of time thinking about this rotation thing. So just gonna change now so I remember. I'm gonna put 9 here. But yeah, I have to see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna spend like, I'm probably gonna look for videos and also spend a bunch of time because I'm probably gonna have to spend time like studying these functions to understand exactly, to make it clear on my mind and which axis is rotating the thing, which is gonna be kind of annoying, but I think it's fine. So I don't assume that it's gonna be correct, but just curious. So the good thing is that it doesn't show any error, but I think that's, the color is not correct. Unless it is there, because, but I'm pretty sure that is not the color. But I do remember that the mesh was kind of annoying. Maybe it is the correct, but I think it's not the correct color actually. This is just the default one. I do remember that it was kind of annoying to set the color for the array mesh. So I might have to do something else to figure this out. And it is creating the nodes here. And let's create the label in there as well. The label is kind of weird because of the mode, I think. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to figure this out. Why it's not adding the, which color I'm passing here. It shouldn't. It should be some other color. So let me put reds. So last thing that I'm gonna try. We're just gonna delete this. But I'm pretty sure it's not gonna work because it should be showing other color there, I think. Don't remember if I put anything. I think I didn't put anything here. It changes the color. So it probably is gonna be another function that I need to put here. But now it should be red, I think. So I'm passing red here. You should initialize the color as red. For the edge, initialize. At least it's not showing any errors for now, so assume that everything else is correct, which is great. So you can focus on the other stuff. Yeah, so it is not working. So I assume that the reason why is probably because of the function that I do remember that there was some other function that you could use that sensed the thing correctly. So obviously I'm gonna test that next. I just have to remember which one it is. I'm probably gonna look at the class there. But there is another way to set the color that I remember that it works. But ultimately, if it doesn't work, I can just set the way that I was setting before, which is just on the mesh instance 3D. And I think when you do that, then it should work. So you can set the color of the geometry on the mesh instance 3D, which will override the mesh. So the other way that you can add the color is by, for each vertex you put, you create a color, and then you just create another array, and then you pass there. But from the last time that I tested, it wasn't working. But I'm gonna try to do this as well. So instead of creating another mesh class, you just create a color variable, make it dependent on that. So I create a color variable on the class here, and then I can create another I removed here, but there is a this one packet color array. You can just put here, and then based on the enums here, which is this surface array is the one that is passed here. This function is from the array mesh, and this is going to be the one that creates the geometry. So all you have to do is create another vector, this packet color array, and then push for each vertex you add, you push a color. So I'm gonna try that as well, but it wasn't working last time that I tried. So if that doesn't work, then I'm just gonna figure out another function to call, another way to set the color of the material of the mesh. If it doesn't work in any way for the array mesh, then I just set the color from the graph edge. And then I move the stuff, the member variable to the graph edge as well. So instead of being here, I just move there. But I think the way that it is now is probably the best way. All I have to do is finish putting the setters and getters for this all the classes and finish the functions here. Once I do that, then I can create a simple graph here based on random positions to test if everything works. Then after I do that, I'm going to figure out how to do the bind set on C++. And then after all of this, I think about what to do. And obviously I'm gonna spend a bunch of time on this one as well. Let me test the last thing to do here. Yeah, obviously I don't think it's gonna work. So I have to spend a bunch of time thinking about it because it's very confusing. I have to clarify how the rotate function is meant to work there. And after clarifying that, I have to clarify the other functions as well for the mouse position, to think about the vectors in 3D, and to think about a way to rotate. The thing that makes it difficult is that you can't rely on any axis, I think, because the rotation has to be for each point. So I'm probably gonna spend time trying to figure out other libraries that do that, or look into the 3JS one, just see, look into this library here, to see if I can figure out how they do it here and then translate from here to C++. But I do remember going over this when I was building on the front end. It was kind of confusing to figure out. So I'm not really sure if that's the best way to go about it. There might be videos and stuff like that that will make it easier, but it might be very, very annoying even though it sounds simple. So that's why I spent a bunch of time today. thinking about it. But I think that like if it takes too long, then I just gonna compromise and just rotate around the y-axis and then whatever. Because the panning and zooming are the two different things that are the most important for me. The rotation is nice, but it's not necessary, I think. So if I think that it's taking too long, I'm just gonna simplify as much as possible and then move on to the other stuff, which I think is more important. The thing that I do usually to find the source code is just click on the path here, and then usually it's the same name, the file. It's just JS instead of TypeScript. So just click here, and then you have the JavaScript code, and then you can look here. So I might spend some time going over the functions to understand how they do the rotation. Yeah, it's way off. It's really weird. Maybe just because it's fast. Well, actually, maybe it's working, actually. It's just because it's too fast. So I think that it might be flipped. So maybe this should be minus, and then I just make it slower there. But maybe it is working, actually. Yeah, but I'm gonna stop streaming now because I spent too much time already. So I'm gonna finish all the stuff off stream probably, and then next time I'm just gonna continue to follow the steps here and finish everything until I get to the point where I have this stuff here on Godot. Then I'm gonna think about. I'm probably gonna build stuff. I'm gonna build applications on top of this. So yeah, that's the plan. Sure. Like create a bunch of stuff and then just add on top of it and then start building things based on the stuff that I have. So see you next time.